can trust us. All but they use the badge for an illusion of justice. Oh, they say you can't trust us. All but they use the badge for an illusion of justice. It's indefensible. Oh, now what they did, convict an innocent man twice with a 16-year-old kid. Yes, we can turn away.
I'm good, Drum.
Pretending all the pieces fit. All but if we turn away, we let them get away with it. Oh, they say you can trust us. All but they use the badge for an illusion of justice. Oh, they say you can trust us. All but they use the flag for an illusion of justice. Of justice.
Hello, Tanya. Hello, Jessica.
We need a wrecking crew to tear this whole thing down. Oh, did you hear the news? There's a new sheriff in town. Not the knee-touching one, not the one supported by them clowns. All the superhero one. She's gonna tear the house of cards down. Oh, they say you can trust us. All but they use the badge for an illusion of justice. Oh, they say you can't trust us. All but they abuse the flag for an illusion of justice. Of justice. We need a wrecking crew to tear this whole thing down.
Another smash by Mr. Seabrook. And I thought appropriate, really, for tonight's topic. So obviously tonight we're talking about who you see on the screen. We're talking about Teresa Marie Halbach. There's a few reasons why we're talking about Teresa tonight. One of those reasons is a commenter I had on my channel today. Another reason is because this commenter's comments weren't unusual. They weren't out of the ordinary. And I get comments like them somewhat often. So I thought the best way to deal with it was to go right at it. So I'm dedicating an entire live chat to talking about Teresa and her memory and why we as supporters have not forgotten her, despite what some other people seem to think. So I just see a lot of complaints about how we as supporters don't talk about Teresa. Well, let's stop that. Let's take that complaint away. So I personally have nothing but respect for Teresa, despite anything that I've read in the investigation reports. I still think she's a very wonderful person. And so I personally kind of revere her memory and think she was really, really a great person, because by all accounts she was. Just like any normal person, she wasn't squeaky clean, but she was pretty clean. She was a pretty good person. In my opinion, hey, some may differ with me, I don't know. But she was, to me, a good person. So the thing that kills me is when we get commenters that assume because number one, I believe Brendan was completely railroaded. And I pull no punches about this. I believe Brendan is 100% innocent. There is not even the single shred of any doubt in my mind. So I have trouble with people who look at what happened to Brendan and don't see it, and then come at me telling me that I don't care about Teresa and making comments and things like that to me. So I just think it's ridiculous. Personally, me, there's not a single day that goes by where I don't think about Teresa in some way, shape, or form. And I'm sure a lot of you probably feel the same way. You're researching this every day and you're thinking about, gosh, this poor girl. You're thinking, God, she had her whole life in front of her still. And whatever happened to her, you want to see whoever it was that did this to her. You want to see that person come to justice, whoever it is. Which brings us to the problems with this case, which is the investigation. No matter what anybody says, the investigation was the problem here. The investigation gives us unconvincing proof about, or evidence regarding Avery. It all just looks so strange and odd. And then there's the obvious things that we see in this investigation that are wrong. More and more stuff gets dug up every day in the investigation reports, where this investigation was just like off, and then you get things like Tom Fassbender saying, I don't assess IQs. Dude, you size people up for a job. That's your job, to size people up quickly. To tell me you had no indication that Brendan was a little bit, limited in the sense that he probably wasn't going to understand his Miranda warnings and wasn't going to understand those things. You're going to tell me you had no inkling of that, Tom? No. See, and there's just the manifest lies that come out of the main players like Kratz and Tom Fassbender, with the crowning, jewel on this whole Brendan Dassey thing, where the on-bank majority reiterates the same lies that Tom Fassbender and the state of Wisconsin have been saying about the control question all this time. They reiterate that lie. And you just see this whole thing where it's just a mess. And it's an obvious mess. And so blaming us as supporters who are looking at this going, what a mess, blaming us for how it affects the Halbach family and Teresa is really not fair. It's not our fault. We're not the ones that did this investigation. And we're not the ones that look shady as heck. The people that worked this investigation made a lot of mistakes, and those mistakes are coming back to haunt them now. I feel terrible for the Halbachs. Absolutely. I feel terrible that they have to go through this stuff. But are we supposed to allow that to paralyze us into doing nothing, into just giving up and going home? I have a tremendous amount of sympathy for the Halbachs. And I do hate that they have to go through this, but I also feel in equal proportions the same amount of sympathy and everything for the Averys, particularly Ma and Pa. I have the same in equal proportion. That's me. I don't know how everybody else feels, but that's me. So that's where I'm stuck. Yes, I have tremendous sympathy for these people involved. But it's not the supporters that created the mess. It's the investigators that created the mess. They don't want to own up to it, but they created it. And to continue to shield themselves from the criticism of their poor job, which the state of Wisconsin spent, over $1 million on the Avery investigation, which I think they should be asking for their money back because they got a really bad investigation for that much money. And I'm sorry I'm not getting to the comments tonight, folks. I have a few things that I want to make clear here. So I'll get to the comments in a bit. But when it comes down to it, we all care about everybody involved here and not just one side. So I say all this because it's going to inform the conversation later. One thing I want to just ask real quick about the chat. Now I'm going to address the chat. When you're commenting tonight, I would ask you to try to keep your questions respectful. I know some people are going to probably ask about some of Teresa's history. I understand. Just phrase your questions in a classy way. Just have some respect when you ask those certain questions. I think you guys know what I'm talking about. Just keep it classy. Try not to get too off point in chat if possible. But yeah, basically, mainly keep it clean, keep it classy, out of respect for the person who we're talking about tonight. So, all right, let's take a look at some of the comments.
My mic was off. Yes, it was Richard McAdams, Eric Cozy, on Making a Murderer. It was 7-8 years ago. He passed away in 2020, August 1st. It was really a sad day, and it was the end of our team. We have tried really hard to keep the team together, but without Richard, and I think it was really a good idea to put him here today from the start for the intro, because he was the pillar of this team. And when I'm talking about the team, I'm talking about Eric Cozy himself, Sharon Young, Paul Capaldi, Linda, Jason Millbilly, Jason Matthew, Becca, Denise, Ziggy, all the people on the Full Play team, on the Full Play channel, Andrew Whitehead, even Richard Boyd, Tony Clifton, even him. It was a really, really nice time at the time to be all together to talk about Making a Murderer and all the discrepancy about. Salut Florian. So sometimes I will speak in French. Parfois, je vais parler en français pour dire bonjour à des amis qui sont ici en Belgique. Sometimes I'm going to speak French to say hi to people here in Belgium who don't speak English, only French. So, Florian, I'm really happy to see you tonight. Florian, je suis vraiment content de te voir ici ce soir pour la première fois. Bienvenue dans l'émission. Ça va être surtout en anglais. It will be a lot in English, but we can talk a little bit in French after if you have question or anything you want to say. Je disais que ça va être surtout en anglais, mais qu'on peut parler un petit peu en français par après si tu as des questions. Si tu as déjà vu Making a Murderer sur Netflix, je te le conseille. If you don't have already seen Making a Murderer on Netflix, it's a really good documentary. Another documentary is Convicting a Murderer, who goes completely to the other side. Let's say that Making a Murderer goes on Stephen's and Brandon's side about their innocence, and convicting a murderer go to the other side, Stephen's and Brandon's guilt about Teresa's death. So this is two points of view that I respect. And that's why I have asked Mr. Sean Reck to be part of a future video to talking about his view about this case, and also talking about his future project. But it's not the topic of tonight. The topic of tonight, it's first, like Eric Ozzy was saying, this is an homage for Teresa Halbach too, because there is some people, like Richard was saying, who think that we don't care about the victims, which is completely false. Because if we do that, if we do those show, they are not really show, because this is true crime, this is real people. This is because we really care. We are not here to protect any violent person, any criminals, any killer. When I talk about the Zodiac Killer, for example, I don't like the Zodiac Killer. I don't like him. I don't have any respect for him. But in the case of Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey, it's really different. Even if they had been convicted of this murder, I know for fact, and I'm not the only one, that they are completely innocent. For me, it's a fact. After 8 years of reading everything, listening everything, talking with experts. Hello, under your scare. How are you doing, my friend? Welcome in the show. It's good to see you. Yeah, for me, even if you believe that Stephen and Brandon are guilty, you cannot believe the story of the prosecution. It's nonsense. It's completely nonsense. So if the prosecution had another theory at the time, maybe I will change my mind, maybe. But with everything I've learned, I've heard, and everything I've made on this case, I'm sure of me. I'm really sure of myself. There is always 0.1% of chance that I'm wrong. But in this case, I think that I'm right. And Stephen Avery, as Brendan Dassey, doesn't deserve to stay in jail 1 second. So it's a sad anniversary because it's 5 years since Eric Kozzy's death, 10 years since the release of Making a Murderer on Netflix, 20 years since the arrest of Stephen, 22 years since the release of prison of Stephen for the first case, and 40 years about the first case, the 1985 case with Penny Bernstein, the attack of Penny Bernstein on the beach, which was really strange. This first case was really strange. Hello, Dr. Casbah. How are you doing, my friend? I hope you are doing well, and I hope everybody has spent a nice weekend. I will not say, yeah, absolutely, Stephen has been framed, but it's sure there is no debate about that. But I'm agree to debate. I'm always agree to debate about that. But for me, there is no way that is not being framed. Is being framed. Hello, Fire Pixie. Thank you to be here. It's a pleasure. Thank you very much. I would like also to say again, thank you to my people who have taken membership. It's only 1990 cents for a month, but for me it means a lot because I'm going to explain you something. Here on YouTube, I'm not allowed to do everything I want. If I want to talk about, let's say, a touchy subject, I'm not allowed to do it because I will be receive strike from YouTube. If I want to show you some, let's say, gruesome images, it will be the same. I will receive a lot of stuff from YouTube to tell me that I'm not allowed to do it. And so the idea, it was to have at least 20% in as member. It's only 99 cents for a month. And for now, we have 4 people. We have Quentin Brown for 6 months of membership. Thank you very much, Quentin. Josh the Push 63 for 5 months. Thank you very much. I don't recall for 4 months. Thank you very much. And Diane Walker for 4 months. Thank you very much. And I'm waiting to have at least 20 member to making video for the members that I will be allowed to show you pictures and things that I'm. Oh, thank you very much under your scare. You are the 5th. Thank you very, very much. Thank you, Fire Pixie. Thank you very much. You are really generous. You are already generous. Thank you very, very much. It's you guys are amazing. Really. We have Mr. Dr. Casbah here. We say, here's a good question. How big was the property that every family owned? How big was that like junkyard? It was huge. Really, really huge. It was so huge that you can go for. Oh, thank you for your Pixie. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your generosity and under your scar. Thank you very much also for your generosity. And when I will have at least 20 people as member, I will start to making video with stuff I can do for the members, but that I cannot do here on YouTube because YouTube don't allow me to do it, which is sad, really sad, but it's like that. So thank you again for your generosity. It's highly appreciated. Highly appreciated. Yeah, the junkyard was really huge, and that's why it's so weird. then during the search for Teresa or Teresa's vehicle, when Pam Sturm, who was part of the search team, was giving a phone to take picture and a map that we had never seen. We had never seen this map. And in less than 20 minutes, she found the RAV, the Toyota RAV4 of Teresa. When you go there on the salvage yard, you go to the entry point and you go straight to the point where the RAV was found. It's 20 minutes. So there is no way that somebody told her where was the car. There is no way. And I'm going to tell you, in the research I do, I think, and I think it's more evident than you can think, that they've never found Teresa's car. That's why there is this debate about 2 RAV4, 3 RAV4. No, I think I can show you the proof and the logic sense and the Occam razor. I'm going to explain to you when they find the RAV4 on the Avery property, because it was not Stephen's property, but it was, Stephen was targeted. So when they find the car, they find, remember that Teresa had this car for 3 years, okay? They've tried to find fibers, hair, DNA, fingerprint, everything about Teresa and Stephen and Brendan. They have only found 6 drops of blood in the front of the RAV4 and split of blood in the rear of the RAV4, coming from Teresa, allegedly, and in the front coming from Stephen. The problem is that if you have a car for 3 years and the police, the law enforcement, take your car and make big analysis of the car, and they didn't find any print of you. They didn't find anything, any hair, any fibers, anything, any palm print, anywhere on the car. There is just only one explanation. This is not the car of the person you are looking for. Yeah, that's why the car at the beginning and the investigation was dark green, and the car found on the Avery salvage yard was blue. Even Pam Sturm say to Pagel on the phone when she find the car, it's strange. It's really strange. This is not the same color. This one is the blue one. So, but there is we are going to talk about a lot of strange things in this case, like Michel Avron. Hello, Michel. Salut Michel. So, like I told you, today I'm going to talk in French. Comme je vous ai dit, aujourd'hui, je vais aussi parler en français. And here, I have a friend from here in Belgium. His name is Michel. And I would like to welcome him in my show and make the effort to watch the show. So, Michel, je disais que j'étais vraiment content de te voir et content que tu fasses l'effort de regarder le show. Merci beaucoup. Aujourd'hui, c'est sur Making a Murderer. Si tu ne l'as jamais vu, c'est sur Netflix. C'est un documentaire en 20 épisodes. Making a Murderer is a documentary on Netflix in 20 episodes, season 1 and season 2. And you also have the other point of view, convicting a murderer, who is made by Sean Urek, that I'm going to receive really soon. Yes, Michel. Oui, Michel, tu regardes ça quand tu veux et normalement, en replay, il y a des sous-titres. So, normally, when you watch the replay, you can put the subtitle in French or in German or Spanish, or this is something you can do. This is nice because people sometimes have problem to understand English, so it's nice to have subtitles for them. Je disais que c'était bien d'avoir des sous-titres des fois parce que tout le monde n'était pas très très bon en anglais, que c'était pas toujours facile de comprendre. Voilà. Et ça me fait très plaisir de vous voir, Michel. Aussi également Florian, Michel. I'm really happy to see Florian and Michel today. But also, thank you very much again to Under Your Scare and Fire Pixie for your generosity. And Michel explique, his wife is English, so yeah, it's an obligation to learn English, but the subtitles help. How? I don't know, Fire. Wait, I was remember what happened. I don't know. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. 6 people. Yeah. Again, 14, and I start to make video more explicit video. Oh, thank you very much. It's wow. You are the best. You guys are the best. Really. And I don't say that to be, yeah, Jerome say always nice things on people because you want to look like nice, and no, I'm nice. I'm cool. I don't play. I'm like that all the time. It's really generous, Fire Pixie. Really, really generous. Even if it's only 90 cents for a month, for me, it's, you cannot imagine. It's really, really huge. For me, it's a kind of accomplishment. Yeah, you understand. Thank you very much. So, yeah, there is a lot of problem in this case. For example, if you are familiar with the John Benet Ramsey case and the 911 call, if you are familiar with other case. Oh, thank you. Wow. Wow. I'm speechless. I'm speechless. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Yeah. Wow. Thank you very much. You will not regret it. I can assure you that you will not regret it. Nobody will never regret it to be, even just to be part of the channel. You don't have especially to. And you too, you are a wonderful supporter, and I really appreciate your support. And but like I always said, the best way to support the show is to watch it. But thank you, thank you, thank you. You rock! Yeah, you rock under the scare. It's in French. It's Michel who say, sadly, I had to go because he need to continue a long night, and he's going to contact me in private in the future. So, merci beaucoup, Michel, pour ton passage. Thank you very much, Michel, for coming here to say hi. Yeah, rock and roll. You rock, my friend. You really rock. Wow. Oh, yeah, sometimes you surprise me so much that I'm speechless. I'm, wow, what happened? So, yeah, so I was talking about 911 call in all of cases, the staircase, John Benet Ramsey. You see that it's you see what a 911 call could be. And in this case, when Karen Halbach called the police on the 3rd of November, so 2 days before they discovered the Toyota RAV4 on the Avery salvage yard, 2 days before, when she contacted the police, there is a big problem. I'm going to find. Oh yeah, I feel the love. That's why this kind of stuff, even knowing that you are there, it touched me a lot in my heart. It's a lot for me. I'm going to find the Karen Halbach police call. Where is it? Karen Halbach call? No. Karen Halbach police? No. Which is strange because it was really easy to find. I know it's on the Full Play channel, on Millbilly's channel. Just put Karen Halbach. Oh yeah, here we go. I have it. I'm going to share with you the 911 call from Karen Halbach, and after you are going to tell me what do you think about this phone call, because oops. I was not there anymore. You are going to tell me, what do you think about that? Because she even don't gave Teresa's description. She's really calm. It's wait. I'm just going to let you listen the 911 call, and after we talk about that. Okay? It comes from the Full Play channel. Full Play, which is a great team and great people, because they work for, like for me, for the justice, and they never give up, and they do an amazing job. So big shout out to Full Play, to G-Jax, to Dr. Silkman, to Sherry, to people who are still there on Full Play, because they have made a lot of work, like Eric Cozy was doing in Making a Murderer, and like Jason was doing too, Millbilly, but his name was Jason Matthew Willems. Like that, you have all his name. And it's important to remember the name of all of ones who left us. So yeah, I'm going to let you hear that, and after you tell me, what do you think?
Calumet County Sheriff's Department.
Hi, I'd like to report a missing person.
Okay. And how long have they been missing?
Nobody's heard from her since Monday.
Okay. Hang on one second, please, here. And where does this person live?
She's our daughter. She lives right next door to us. It's W3637 County D, Sobers.
That's her address?
Right.
3637. And her name?
Teresa Halbach.
Okay. And your name?
Karen Halbach.
Karen?
Karen.
Karen, T-E-R?
K-A-R.
Oh, Karen, I'm sorry.
That's right.
Okay. What relationship is she to you?
My daughter.
Okay. And how old?
She's 25.
Okay. Do you know where she was last seen?
She works for Auto Trader. They had gotten a fax from her on Monday at 10:31. They had texted her today, but they don't know if she got it or not. They haven't heard from her. And we haven't talked to her since Sunday. She was over here.
Okay, she works for Auto Trader.
And she's also worked for herself. She's self-employed.
Is she married or anything?
No.
Just lives alone?
No, she has a roommate. He hasn't heard from her since Monday either.
His name?
Scott Bladorn.
Do you know how to spell that?
B-L-O-E-D-O-R-N.
Okay. What is Teresa's middle name?
Marie.
And her date of birth?
3/22/80.
Okay. Your address?
W3559 County B, Gilbert.
And you said 3559?
Right.
3559. And your phone number?
989-1098.
Okay, 989-1098.
Right.
Okay. Do you know what You said Auto Trader got a fax from her at 31 a.m.
Right. I think. It could have been PM. They didn't say. I had called Auto Trader too. I think it was Monday morning.
Have you talked to Scott?
My husband did. He said he hasn't seen her since Monday. He was getting worried too.
Where would have been the last place that we would have seen her on Monday?
At home, I guess. He saw her at home.
Does he have any idea, remember what she was wearing?
He didn't answer that.
Okay. What's Scott's phone number?
He's at work. But I can give you the home phone. It's 989-2911.
2911. And he does live at 3637 County B?
Right. And he works for Jack Diedrich Construction.
Jack Diedrich?
Right.
Okay, does she have any medical conditions or anything? Anybody have any idea why she may not have returned home? Did they have an argument or anything?
We don't know. She doesn't have any medical conditions that we know of.
When does he get home from work?
Did he say to me?
Okay. I'll want to go over there and talk to him, see once, if they had an argument or anything that she maybe took off because she wanted to.
They're not boyfriend, girlfriend or anything.
Oh, they're not?
No, they're not.
Okay. And the last she was seen was at home. Do you know what she drives?
She drives a RAV4 Toyota with a dark green color, kind of.
Oh. Did you say red or dark green?
Dark green.
Ford Toyota?
It's a RAV4.
Oh, RAV. I thought you said red.
Yeah.
Okay, dark green RAV. Never heard of that. RAV. Ford Toyota, dark green. You have any idea what the plate number might be?
No.
I didn't think so. Okay, it would be, do you know if it's listed to her or if there's any? It is. Okay. Does she have any tattoos or anything?
No, not that I know of.
Okay. We'll have to have somebody come over, see what we can do.
Sure.
Get as much information for us as you can. Do you know about any piercings, ears pierced or anything like that?
I think her belly button is pierced. And her ears. That's it.
Okay. Pierced belly button and ears. Okay. Well, our officers are all out in the accident right now.
Yeah.
Are you going to be home all night?
Yes.
I will have somebody stop on over, see if we can get a little more information. Do you know her blood type? No. Okay. We'll see what we can do and get an officer over by you.
Okay.
All right?
Thanks.
Sure. Goodbye.
Yeah. I don't know what you think, guys, but you need to know that Teresa was living just next door. So it was the 3rd of November that this call was made, right? I would like to show you the missing poster of Teresa. And you will be surprised by one detail. Okay, this is the missing poster of Teresa, and we are going to look the date it was made. On the 2nd of November, 2005. What's the problem? The problem is, and it's it's here that it became crazy. The problem is that Teresa was living just back door of parents. So anyone in the family is able to see if his car is there near a house or if the car is not there. And she's been supposed to be missing since October 31. Police said that the last person to have seen Teresa was Stephen at least at 2:40, and he killed her and raped her and killed her and blah blah blah, all of kind of shit, nonsense. And after burn her body, and well, the problem is that this day Teresa have a meeting with her mother at 3:30 p.m. And Karen Alba can never report that she had a meeting on the 31 of November with her daughter, Teresa, and she was not there. She had never reported that. She had never talked about that. The other problem we have here in this case is the fact that the day planner of Teresa, the day planner where she was writing a rendezvous and all of kind of stuff, was given not by Ryan Illegas, her ex-boyfriend. But the problem about that is the fact, and it's a fact, that Teresa on the 31 had this day planner with her in her car. We know it because of the call, because of the transcript. So we know that. So if Teresa never left the property of Stephen Avery, how on earth Ryan Hillegas could have a day planner? And remember that just after she's missing, Ryan Hillegas moved in her home, in a place with Scott Blodorm, because she was living with Scott Blodorm. But they were not lovers. They were just co-mate. And I think the real narrative that we will never heard could come from Ryan Hillegas, Scott Blodorm, and Mike Albach. Richard was saying at the beginning of the video, we need to stay classy and polite and respectful about the Halbach family, and I agree. But I'm not here to be nice when I'm doing this kind of stuff, when I'm working on a case. I'm not nice with anyone in the case, I mean. For me, in any case, and in every case, everybody is suspect. Everybody. Except in this case. You cannot touch to the Halbach family. Why? For John Benet Ramsey, people and the press and people had attacked Patsy Ramsey and John Ramsey and Bert Ramsey for years and years, and it continued for Madeleine McCann, a parent suspect by a lot of people. So in this kind of crime, because she was 25 when she was killed, in this kind of situation, this often, and it's not me who say that, it's the FBI, it's often made, the crime is made by somebody you know, somebody close from you, somebody from your family, or a friend, or an ex-boyfriend, or a boyfriend, or the husband, or the wife, somebody really close from you. Not Stephen Avery. Not somebody like Stephen Avery. It doesn't make sense. There is no motive. There is nothing. So, convicting a murderer was a joke, in my opinion. I'm going to tell you, I've only seen, sadly, because I would like to see all the show, I've only seen the 2 first episodes who are available on YouTube. And but I know Candice Owen. I know what she can do. I know I know about not story, but what she said about the first lady of France, that she's a man. No, it's a woman, but well. Yes, the truth is out there for sure. And I also don't believe it's Stephen or Brendan at all. No, me neither. Me neither at all. But the truth is out there. And this is where we have a big problem. Because even if Kathleen Zellner thinks that Bobby Dassey is involved in this crime, if she continue on this way, on this path, Stephen will never be released from jail, from prison. And it will be the same for Brendan. Because I think it's not a good approach for me. People who don't want to talk to her are suspicious. People who agree to talk to her, for me, are fine. Or really sure of themselves. But you need to know that Ryan Hillegas, Scott Bloodhorn, and Mike Halbach don't want to talk to Kathleen Zellner at all. And one day I was watching a video here on YouTube about the friend of Teresa talking to her, about her life, and what a nice person she was. And I have no doubt about that. No doubt. But where I was really annoying, it's when one of his friends say, well, I don't know if Stephen Avery or Brendan Dassey are really guilty. Maybe not, but it's not the more important. The more important is the fact that Teresa is not there anymore. What? What? It's not important to know the truth and to know who had killed Teresa? And you are supposed to be one of the best friends of Teresa? And you don't care about his true killer? Because you don't really believe that Stephen and Brendan are guilty? There is a problem there. There is a big problem. Pixie asked how many times did they search before they found the keys? 3 times? No! 7 times. 7 times. It's at the 7th visit of the police they find the famous key of the car, but no, need the principal key. It was the spare key, the other key. You see, it was not the principal key. So it will be really dumb from Steven and strange to have a spare key. This is the key you put at your home if you lose your key from your car. It's a safety. But this is the key they find in the trailer after the 7th search of the little cabin, or I think we call that a cabin, a mobile home of Steven. 7 times. They didn't find anything. And suddenly they are in the place. They are in the room with Kaczewski, a deputy sheriff, James Lang, and Andrew Colborne. Kaczewski didn't see the key, and magically the key appears like that. So Ken Kratz goes on the alien theory in the trial. It's not a joke. He say, whoa, so you mean everything is possible, like the alien had posed the key there? Yeah, absolutely. It was a joke. It was a joke. The key, even Ken Kratz say in his last comment in the trial, even if the key was planted, it doesn't change anything. What? Even if the key was planted? I had the chance to receive here Jerry Buting for an interview that I have made with Mr. Ned DeHaan from Black Box Online Radio. I was not too expecting to talk too much about the case because I want to know more about the person itself, about Jerry itself, because I think it's important to know the people, and not because he was the lawyer of Steven. Everybody knows that. I invite him for making an interview about his life and about a lot of different things you can ask. He was asked before in different interview, and Ned DeHaan was there because he read the book Illusion of Justice that Jerry Buting had write. I think I have sent a copy of the book to Ned. I think I've sent the book to Ned to read it, and so he made 3, 4, 5 video on his channel, Black Box Online Radio, about making a murderer, and the book of Jerry Buting, and the book of John Ferak, The Wrecking Crew. So that's why I was hoping to have Ned today to talking about his experience with Jerry Buting, when he was here to talking about him. So I have sent him an invitation, but he must be busy because I don't had received an answer yet. So he must be busy, and I understand everybody is life and people have stuff to do. Ned is. I'm going to tell you, Black Box Online Radio is my favorite show on YouTube. Really, really, my favorite show. After you have, I really like Ross Gerasi on Planet X Film, and I really like also Vincent McConnell, Nuke Oaks. Really good channel. And Vincent and Ross had their own style, different than Ned, for sure, because everybody had his own style. Like me, I have my own style. But they are all really good, really, really good. And after, yeah, we can talk about more bigger YouTuber like Joe Rogan that sometimes I really like, and sometimes I want to strangle him for what he thinks or what he said. But yeah. Oh, thank you for Ross channel. Thank you very much. Yeah, go subscribe to Planet X Film. There is a lot of talking about movies, good movies, really good movies, old movies about often about horror films, or it depends, but there is a lot of video about movies, so, and it's really well made. He's doing that with his friend Mosh Shinobi, and it's really great. And when he didn't do that, he talked about true crime case, like the Zodiac is one of his favorite case, I think. I'm sure he's talking about the Zodiac or different true crime case. And here's Ned's channel. Thank you very much for your Pixie. You're a great help. Thank you very much. So yeah, I really encourage you to subscribe to Ross, Ned, Vincent, Nuke Oaks channel. Nuke. It's NUKE after HOAX. Nuke Oaks by Vincent McDonald and Rena McDonald, because she's often in his video. Thank you very much, Fairy Pixie, for sharing the link. Thank you very much. So yeah, this case, Making a Murderer, is one of the case that I have worked the most, because there is so much information to digest when you go on the Full Play channel on YouTube. And I encourage you to subscribe to this channel, or even the channel of Millbilly, which is not with us anymore, sadly. He passed away 2 years ago, and it was a great loss too, because Jason was like he was, but he was a really good friend, a really, really good friend. He was not showing a lot of emotion when he was in live, but in private, he was a different person. Really, really, really nice. And like Richard and Denise and Linda and B and Ziggy, I miss them a lot. I miss them all a lot. And Yep. Yep. Full Play, it's a really, really great channel. Really great. If you want to know more about Making a Murderer and all the discussion they made and all the stuff they made, they have uh, they've made the trial. They have reconstruct the trial in reading the transcript of the trial and playing the role of Ken Kratz, Jerry Buting, Dean Strang, the judge, and it was really, really good. It was really well made. Yeah. There are incredible people about working on this case and interested by this case. And I think it's important to continue to talking about that, because I may be wrong, but for now, it's since since 2018 that Kathleen Zellner is the lawyer of Steven, and sadly, really sadly, nothing had changed for Steven. And I don't talk about Brandon because I want to know if Steven Drizin and Laura Nyrider are still the lawyer of Brandon. It's impossible to know. And if it's the case, if they are still the lawyer of Brandon, what is the next step for him? I would like to know that. Because if they have no plan, I have plan. I have plan. For Steven, it's the same. I have plan. I've talked to him and Sandy Greenman, our best friend, to explain my ID. My ID, it's something that Kathleen Zellner cannot do. It's to... Yes, yeah. My ID is to have a private investigator on this case who will be able to do what Kathleen Zellner, which is a lawyer, is not able to do. And for that, it's simple. It's very simple, but it's always the same thing. We need to pay somebody to do the job. So, and it's not Steven or Sandy or me who are able to pay somebody to investigate on this case. So I don't know how to do that. I don't have the answer for now, but I think it will be really great to have everybody who feel again involved in this case and making a big video or maybe a kind of little rally like we were doing before. We were doing rally for 48 hours, channel after channel. It was me for 4 hours. After it goes on Millbilly's channel for 4 hours. After it goes on Paul Capaldi for 4 hours. Ali Apperson. Yes, because, I forget to mention Ali Apperson, who was really the first one that I've discovered on YouTube talking about Making a Murderer. So she was really the first one, and it was the first time that I appear on YouTube is on her channel. You can find the video, The French Serenade. And I was there and I was watching the show, and They were Ali. It was Ali, Linda, and Denise who were alive at the time, and they were looking like a little bit tired. So I took my guitar and I played Creep for them to wake them up. And it was really, really touching because they they were crying. And I was not expecting that for my first appearance on YouTube. Yeah, for everybody, it's a it's a great loss all the time for everyone who was involved in this case, because they have made a lot of sacrifice for this case, Stephen Brandon case. The time they can use differently, but no, they've choose to do it for more justice, to have more justice in this world. So they were all warrior, all. They were all warrior. And I have a lot of respect for all of them. So yeah, it starts 40 years ago. 40 years ago with the case of 1985. That's where everything started. Yeah. The attack on the beach by Penny Bernstein. Yeah, Penny Bernstein. It was oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. I know. Yeah. And it will be great. It will be great. Yeah. It will be absolutely great. But like I told you, I live in Belgium, and we have all different schedule. Well, we have all different time zone. Ned is in West Virginia when he's not in the Philippines. Ross live in California. Druser live in Canada. Richard Grinnell live in the UK, so it's more easy because it's just just 1 hour over him, so it's more easy. But we have people all around the world, so it's not always easy to have everybody together. That's why we have stopped for a moment the panel discussion about the Zodiac. Ah, you are from Ontario. Oh, nice. Really nice. I have a friend, Belgian friend who live in Ontario, and he already told me that it was really beautiful and really nice place. Hello, Tree Rough Force. How are you doing, my friend? I hope you are doing well. Yeah. That's a lot. Yeah, a lot of work. It's well said. So yeah, everything starts in 1985 with the first case. Stephen was falsely accused and convicted of 18 years of jail for something he didn't do. This day, on 1985, The perpetrator of the attack of Penny Bernstein, and you know it, it was Gregory Allen. So, sorry, but for just a moment, I'm not going to watch the chat, and I'm going to continue to explain the situation for people who don't know really well the case. But after I go back to the chat, it's a promise. I promise. So in 1985, the assailant of Penny Bernstein was Gregory Allen. Gregory Allen was a guy known by the police for this kind of stuff. He had already raped and tried to do nasty thing to women. He was under surveillance by the police, except the day of the Penny Bernstein attack. You are going to tell me it's a joke. No, it was not a joke. But ask yourself the question. Gregory Allen knows that he is under surveillance and is calm, is doing anything. The day where he's not under surveillance because the police was asked to go to another place for a reason we don't know at all, he go on the beach and attack Penny Bernstein. The question is how he knows that he is not under surveillance. I think everything was already planted. And somebody, maybe you know, maybe you don't know, Mr. Dave Begokta and Miss Sandra Begokta, who were living in Manitowoc at the time, were there. But Dave was there on the beach the day of the attack. And it's in one of his videos that I can share with you, that I have already shared here on the channel, and I have talked also with Dave about that. This day, on 1985, on the beach, there was a strange activity of the police before the attack. I'm talking before the attack. There was a strange, really strange stuff with the police. He don't know what, because he was young. He was with a friend on a jet ski, and so he have seen Gregory Allen attacked Penny Bernstein and his friend too. So he had tried to alert the police, but the police was not interested by any information. I think they told him, that's okay, we have the guy. Which was not true, because the arrest was made 8 or 7 hours after, or 10 hours after, but the same day, the arrest of Stephen Avery was made, because Penny Bernstein, after the attack, was sent to the hospital, and a deputy sheriff had made a sketch of the assailant. They said it was coming from Penny Bernstein, but when you saw the picture of Stephen Avery at the time and the sketch of Jean Cushey, it's the same. It's really the same. But the thing is that this day he was not looking like this at all. So there is a problem there. Plus, he has 26 people who can prove that he was not on the beach. He was working with the family, with friends. So he had 26 people as alibi. But he has been convicted for the rape, the attempt of rape of Penny Bernstein. It was also a problem, a big problem, because the police knew that it was not him. It's a fact. It's a fact. That's why after, when he was released in the 9/11 2003, it's not a joke. It was 9/11 2003. 1 year after, he sued the county for being wrongfully convicted for 18 years that he spent in jail, in prison for nothing. So it was in 2004, okay? 1 year after his release of prison. And that's when all the people involved in this case, on the first case, was deposing for the lawsuit. So there were a cousin, there were everybody, Colborn, James Lang, the sheriff Kotsurek and Denis Vogel was supposed to depose on the 10th of November, and Kotsurek on the 15th. Steven has been arrested on the 9th. Yeah, he's been arrested on the 9th of November 2005. And when you watch the interview or interrogation of Steven, I would like to put a point of something really interesting in the interview. You have Mark Wiegert and Thomas Fassbender from the Department of Justice, who are the two guys who will interrogate Steven. And during the interrogation of Steven, you have Mark Wiegert, who will say at least 8 times to Steven, "We have found her body." Steven, explain me how it's possible that we have found your DNA on her body. We have found blood of her in your trailer. Oh yeah, it was the trailer, the right word. It was not what I was saying. We have found evidence that you killed her because we have her body. And you know what? I think it was true. I think they find Teresa's body on Coast Road. For people who are aware of the case, they know what I'm talking about. I think Andrew Colborn and Bushman and other people had found the body of Teresa Halbach and used the bone of Carmen Boutwell, also dead during this time. She was looking really like Teresa. Carmen Boutwell and Teresa Halbach was like, wow, not twins, but it was strange. And apparently, Carmen Bootwell, who was 25, also 25, died from an overdose. The problem is she was not taking drugs, which is a problem. You have also the story of Ricky Olskater, but this is a story of a little kid who was hit on the road by a car, and we think that the car was a police car or somebody in the law enforcement who was driving his own car. And so there was, at the time, and I hope today is different, but at the time there was a lot of corruption in Manitowoc, in Gilbert, in those places. Don't forget that the Wisconsin is the first state in the United States of America to trafficking of people. Yeah. I don't know if you were aware about that, but this is something confirmed by the FBI. This is the first state in the United States who you have the most people missing, you have the most human trafficking, and I don't know why, but it's a fact. So, but no, it's Stephen Avery, because Stephen Avery is guilty of everything. If you search enough, I think you can prove that he killed JFK. No, I know it's not funny, but you know. You are from Wisconsin. Yeah, about 1 hour north of the Avery Salvage. The Avery Salvage Yard doesn't exist anymore. They've sold the salvage yard and everything. And sadly, Mama Avery died 3 years ago now, if I'm not wrong. Okay. Now you are living in South Carolina, which must be nice now. I already heard about South Carolina, and it's looking nice. Yeah, that's what I was saying. There is a lot of girls and child, and even young men who are missing in Wisconsin, which is scary, really, because if you were aware of this case, you need to know there was people who was reporting some stuff about that. There is people who have seen Teresa after the November 31. And there is 3 different people who had called the police. We have the call of the police. You can find it on the Full Play channel, on our Millbillies channel. You have 3 different people who call the police to say they have seen Teresa with 2 in a big white van with 2 black guys after the 31 and before the 5th of November. So after the 31 of October and before the 5th of November, when a car was discovered on the Avery Salvage Yard. But I think it was not a car. It doesn't make sense. Maxwell Anderson. I'm sorry, but I don't know who the guy is. Maxwell Anderson. I'm sorry, I really don't know who the guy is. But tell me. Always good to know. So, yeah, the story starts 40 years ago. 40 years. 40 years that Stephen is targeted by the police, the law enforcement. Or there is something that we don't know about the relation about the Avery and the law enforcement, but it was not they have not bad relationship with the law enforcement because they have the salvage yard at the time and still in 2005 had contract with law enforcement in Manitowoc. So I don't see why they want specially targeted Stephen. But somebody in the law enforcement was targeting Stephen. Maybe two, maybe more, maybe less. I cannot prove it before a court of law, but it's sure that from day one in 1985, somebody was on Stephen's back. Yeah, it's sure. And for Brendan, it's so sad. It's so sad. It's heartbreaking because you have this kid who is only 16 at the time and is completely, oh, I can say that. Because for me, it looks like child abuse by two cops to tell a story that never happened. It's a video of 5 hours and it's terrible to watch it. It's heartbreaking because you see that the kid doesn't know anything. The words are put in his mouth by the two cops, Mark Rigert and Thomas Fassbender. But the idea of all this story of rape and everything they said about what Stephen and Brandon had supposedly do to Teresa, where this story comes from. I think the story comes from directly from Ken Kratz. I could be wrong, but I think the story comes from Ken Kratz. Because you need to remember that at the time he was taking drugs. It's a fact. He admitted it, and he had also had a problem with a woman that he was represented, sending her sex messages. So he was completely out of line, out of everything. Yeah, Brandon had an IQ around 70, which is really low. He was not stupid because the IQ is not the amount of knowledge you have, is the way you're thinking, the way you can resolve an equation, you can resolve something. This is the IQ. The IQ is not the intelligence. It's two different things. And it was really the easy one for them because they try with everybody to try because they had nothing against Stephen except 6 drops of blood in the front of Teresa's car. The key, but it's the spare key. So Teresa doesn't drive with a spare key. She drives with her ignition key. The ignition key was never found. Remember that? And why Stephen had her spare key? It doesn't make sense at all. I'm going to show you Stephen where he's interrogated by the press. I'm going to try to find you that quickly. Here it is. You are going to tell me in your opinion, and you can have your own opinion. It's really nice to have everybody's opinion. I'm going to show you Stephen being asked about Teresa before the Toyota RAV4 was found on his parent property. Or it's after? Yeah, I think this one is after they find the RAV4.
Good. Hold on. There you go. Okay.
There we go.
Okay. So my first question to you is, how did you know Teresa?
Well, Teresa used to come out with here all the time, take pictures of my vehicles, and she put them in the book.
Okay. And so how long have you known her?
I've been using the book for a year, a little over a year, maybe, somewhere in there.
And when she came out here, was she all business? What was your personality like?
Same thing every time. You know, hi, how you doing? You know, mostly that. And say about 5 minutes, and out she goes again.
Okay. So how did you first hear that she disappeared?
When the cops came up by the house by my mom and dad, then they asked me if she was out here and that, and I said yeah. And then they asked me what time. Around 2:30. You know, that's what she mostly comes out. You know, 2:30. Sometimes it was one time it was at 3:00.
And then when she left, which direction was she going? I mean, did she seem fine? Did she seem agitated?
Same thing, normal. But then she went out to the road and she goes to LRB. I don't know where she goes. After that, because the field's all open. You can see. So
So which direction was she going in?
towards LRB.
Okay. Did she mention any other appointments that day or anything like that?
No, I don't think so. Because most of the time she takes a picture, then she runs down the sewer number. Then she comes and collects the money, and that's about it.
Okay. So what kinds of questions were police asking you?
This one, she was out here, what time, around. And that was about it.
Mhm. Did they ask you to take a polygraph or anything like that?
No. Well, tonight, the cops come and they asked me if I remember anything. And I told them no. Then they asked me if they can come in the house and check the house over. I said, I got no problem with that. Come on in. So they checked the house all over. Everything was fine, and they left.
If they asked you to take a polygraph, would you? Would you not? And why?
I don't know. I got nothing to hide. If they want me to, I don't care. I'm just at home, work up there all day. I barely go anywhere. Once in a while, I go to Manitowoc and come back. That's about it.
So when you heard about it, how did you feel?
It's too close to home. Something happening. It's not good. Everybody locks their doors now around here. Well, it's pretty bad when something happens around here. I can see somewhere else, but this is too close to home. And you get a little worried, and your family.
And it does it. I mean, knowing her. I mean, are you? What are your feelings for her parents? And
They must be going through hell. I figure my mom, my dad, and everybody else, my family, they went through hell when I went did 18 years for something I didn't do. I figured they're going through probably the same thing because they lost somebody or whatever. She's got to be out there somewhere, so somebody should be looking.
okay. So when she takes pictures of the car, how does she usually do it? I mean, just kind of the front angle, or what angles of the car does she usually?
Mostly from the front and the side. Stands right there. She drives up to it and takes the picture, and that's it.
Does it strike you as weird? I mean, do you think this is kind of odd?
Yeah. But there's stuff happening in the world all over. But this is too close to home for me. And I'm involved. I don't feel good. Then I got all the heat on me again. I did enough time. I learned my lesson. I didn't do nothing wrong. I mostly stay home, mind my own business. Now all of this is happening. Then I find out that she's out here. Now she's missing. I'm wondering the same thing. Where is she? Where'd she go? I know people run away, but there's got to be a reason. So now I'm wondering about all of that too.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just stay right there for a second.
Yeah, it's, I don't know for you, but for me, I see a lot of so-called experts in micro expression and language expression and a lot of stuff who say, some of those guys say he looks like innocent, others say he looks like guilty. Don't forget that Steven had never changed his story once. Never. Everybody in this case, even Brendan, it was not his fault, but even Brendan had lied. Everybody had lied in this case except one person, Stephen Avery, who has always stayed the same thing from day one. Always. And today it's still the same stuff. Last time I've talked with Stephen on phone, because calling in Belgium it's not it's expensive, so he don't call me so often. But the last time we have talked together, we were talking about the RAV4. Yeah. And that's why it's strange that even it was Channel 4, Channel 4, say, when they talk about the disappearance of Teresa, when Teresa is missing, that they say that in the little documentary they made for the Teresa's missing. They said, strangely, one of the last person she saw was Stephen Avery. Why it's strange? Why it is strange? The guy has spent 18 years in prison for something he didn't do. Why it's strange that Teresa was supposedly one of the last. Stephen was supposedly one of the last person seeing Teresa. The guy was innocent from the beginning, and now it's strange that he was one of the last person to see Teresa. And they know at the time, the press, they know that it was the last person to see Teresa, because he was not the last person to see Teresa. The last person to see Teresa alive was the killer, or the killers. There was the Zimmermans. Yeah, and I think by the my study of the case, I think she goes on the Zipperer after Stephen, because of the road, the logic of the road. I think so. I think, and there is the missing call from the answer machine from the Zipperer, because Teresa left a message on the Zipperer calling machine, and nothing. We have never heard about that. Never. But we have heard. Oh yeah, there is a lot of stuff, missing facts. If we start to say all the nonsense, all the discrepancy on this case, we will do a show of 6 hours at least. Because there is so much nonsense. Yeah, I think that it's really sad that people who are not so much interested anymore in the case, because we are talking about real people. We are not talking about fiction. We are talking about real people's life. And I don't see so much people talking about Stephen and Brandon on YouTube or on other media, on Spotify or on podcast. But me, it's something that I need to continue to talk. Like we were saying before, let's talking until they are working. Let's talking until they are working, until they are free, because it's really important. And yeah, under your scare, there is so many cases. Yeah. Oh yeah. For now, I'm on the Richard Allen case that I think also is completely innocent. I am on the Ashley Gard case. We need to continue to doing that with Amy from the channel Case by Case. If you have the link, you can put it in the description, and I'm going to share with you the channel of Amy. She is doing also an amazing job, on the Delphi case, on Ashley Gard. Ashley Gard is less known than Richard Allen, but it's a Delphi case. It's in Delphi, and she's been also wrongly convicted. And Amy had all the files, everything that she nicely shared with me. But there is so much of stuff to read and stuff to digest, and everything is in English, so sometimes I'm struggling a little bit, just sometimes. But yes, yeah. Yeah. So I'm also on the Ashley Gard case which is also a sad case. I'm on Rick Allen case, which also it's a sad case because it was the life of two little girls, Abigail Williams and Liberty German. And it's a great loss. It's a great loss. They were children. It's horrible. And the way those two little girls, has been killed is crazy, completely crazy. It's disgusting. And in this case of Rick Allen, you also have the Odin theory with, you have some religious aspect from the north, the belief of Nordic religion in this case. Yeah, it will go to an appeal, but it will take, on my understanding, and I think I'm right, it will take at least 2 years for his appeal. So again, we have somebody who, in my opinion, because I need to continue to work on this case, to know more and learn more and more and more, because there is also a lot to learn, like I do with JFK. JFK, I have never started to learn new stuff years after years, and document released after document released, and new witnesses. The last witness in the JFK case that was really surprising, it's Paul Landis, the Secret Service guy who was protecting Jackie Kennedy. In fact, he found the magic bullet in the back seat of the car, and he put the bullet on the stretcher of John Connally. And nobody knew that for years, for 60 years. And it's just 1 year ago, less than 1 year ago, or maybe plus, maybe less. I don't really remember, but he wrote a book, John Landis, and he explained why he was afraid to talking about that, because the theory of the magic bullet falls apart completely because of the truth. He found the magic bullet on the back seat where President Kennedy was. So even if you believe in the magic bullet theory, it's more than a magic bullet theory, because she ended on just in the front of Governor Connally, but she's fine on the back seat where John Kennedy was. Doesn't make sense. So that's why now we are sure that there was at least 2 shooters, and Lee Oswald was not one of them. Lee Oswald was... It's complicated. I will not start because it's not the topics of the night, but it's complicated. But he was not in the plot to killing JFK. And that's why it was really dangerous. What time is for me? It's 4 it's 4 a.m. in the morning. I start the show at 4 a.m. in the morning for me, so really late, to have people who live in America allowed to join me to talk about this case if they want. Or if you want, I can put the link in the chat, and you can join me if you want to talk about the case, the Stephen Avery case and the Brendan Dassey case, or talking about convicting a murderer. 10 p.m. here, Sunday. Yeah. For me, we are Monday, 4 a.m. in the morning. So I am 6 hours ahead of you. Yeah. But I do that for people who live in America. And I was hoping to have people join me to talking about the case, but sadly, maybe, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's because tomorrow it's Monday, they have stuff to do, so they are not allowed to coming live right now, talking about this subject or another subject, but I would like to stay on this subject today. But don't worry, for people who are interested by the Zodiac and the other case, JFK and other case, this is already programmed, and and thank you for that. Thank you very much. And yeah, my next show, it will be about the Z13 solution in the Zodiac case. I think I had a solution that nobody had never think about it, because you need to put you in the context of the time and what was happening in the Zodiac case, and try to not decipher in the normal way the Z13, but trying to thinking what the Zodiac was thinking in creating this Z13 cipher, which is impossible to crack because there is only 13 symbol, or symbol, so it's impossible to crack. So there is other way to thinking about to crack this case, to crack this cipher, to crack this cipher, and I think I find the way to crack this cipher, and it will be on my next show, and I will show you how I came from this conclusion. Jason Johnson is a PI in Utah. He's going Marilyn Monroe and Cobain. Yeah, great. You want my opinion on Kurt Cobain? Because I'm a big fan. See? Kurt Cobain was killed. There was no suicide. There was never suicide. He's been killed because he was ready to divorce from Courtney Love, and he refused to do what was the name of the festival? I don't remember, but he refused 10 million. $10 million for the show. I don't remember what was it was here in in Europe, but I don't remember the name, but it doesn't matter. He refused to do it because he was looking to quit Nirvana to doing his own stuff. He was looking like to do solo stuff, just himself with a guitar, acoustic guitar, and the letter who was found on the crime scene was not a suicide note. It was to say to his fan, I'm over with Nirvana. I don't take pleasure anymore to do it. So I'm going to do something else, something that I want to do. But it was not a suicide note, not at all. And for Marilyn Monroe, sadly, I think that it was the FBI who was involved, and J. Edgar Hoover who was involved is in her murder, and also maybe Bobby Kennedy, but I'm not sure about Bobby Kennedy. But he's seen 3 times the day she was found dead at her home. He's seen Bobby Kennedy 3 times on this day. So I think like Dorothy Kilgallen, who was a reporter on the JFK case, who interrogate Jack Ruby, and she was ready to say and write a bombshell. Same thing. She was fine at home and dead by overdose. But Dorothy Kilgallen was not taking drug. So it doesn't make sense. For Marilyn, she was taking drugs because she was not well. She was really not well because man was using her like a toy for her beauty. And she was not stupid. She was not stupid at all. She knew that. She knew that she was used by a lot of bad people, bad men. And she was really sad. And she was, yeah, the story of Marilyn Monroe, it's a really sad story about her life and everything what happened to her. And this is something we can talk about in a future episode if you want. For that, you just have to let me know in the comment section just below, and let me know what you want to hear about a case that I know, because if I don't know anything, but I know a lot of stuff. I don't know anything. I don't know everything for sure, but I know a lot about the mafia, the mob. I know a lot about Jimmy Hoffa. I know a lot about John Kennedy. I know a lot about the Kennedy's family in general. I know a lot about the Cuban and the mob and the casino and the revolution of Castro. I know a lot about the Vietnam War and the Tonkin Gulf incident, who was made by the US to, I will not start with everything because it would be complicated and I diverse from my first topic. I see. I don't know. I don't know the case yet, but I see that I can have access to some documentary and some good stuff about the Amazon review killers. And about that, I would like to say that on HBO Max, I see just yesterday the 8th episode of the Staircase, the story of Michael Patterson. Michael Patterson, playing by Colin Firth, and his woman playing by what is her name? Toni Collette. And it's 8 episodes on HBO Max. It's a fiction, but it's really close from the reality, and it depicts Michael Patterson as the killer of Kathleen Radcliffe and the killer of his first wife too. Not completely, but yeah. So about the Staircase, I have my own opinion, who is not definitive, because I don't have always a definitive opinion on a subject, because if I have a different if I had an opinion and I don't want to debate about that, it doesn't make sense. No. So I'm always open to everything, but I think he's guilty. I think Michael Patterson in the Staircase case, I think he's guilty. And I think that his lawyer had tried to do the best, and John Ferak had tried to do the best too with his book. But I could be wrong. It could be completely innocent, and break. I go outside. Taking a little break. You know what? We are going to taking a little break, and I'm going to share with you one of my songs. And like this, you have the time to go to the toilet and go to take some stuff to eat, or some stuff to eat, or some stuff to smoke. And yeah, here we go for that. We are doing a little pause of 5 minutes. See you back in 5 minutes.
We are back in the war with matches. Back, we're gonna shut the fuck up. We are back, some supposed to stand by, beg your mother and sing a song. Well, sing a song. The pink and white song. It's all you had it with the inspiration. And the light of me. Now need to show that money to the fucker. Well, the fucker. And the fucker. With the floor. Wipe it to kill the lead. It's gone. It's in my hand. It's in the grand. Wipe it to kill the lead. It's gone. It's in my mind. Is it not right? Why need to kill me? This guy is in my head. Wait, catch up, we're body, we're playboy, my control is all over me. When I watch the start, they gave my cry. They will make a wild and do me a play. Something I'm proud of, I want that first party. I want to get on. I'll go and rob a bank and kill honey people who cry. Why don't leave the universe and why don't running the street? Alright, don't brain loud, straight tight and believe that you never think. Why don't believe that you never think? 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 Why the sky and my tears?
It was May. It was Mud Guts. The song As a Sky in My Shoes. We will be released for free. All the album will be released for free on YouTube here really soon, song by song. Yeah, I know Fire Pixie, but watch when I put that I cannot from here I cannot click on the link from where I am. So if you can send me the link to my email address like that, I'm going to share this video with you guys. Send me that. I'm going to refresh my page. So yeah, let me when it's done, okay? Let me know when it's done, and we will watch this video together. Yes, about all of those cases, it's like I was saying last time, it's not always really pleasant to talk about that because we are talking about real life, real people. We are not talking about fiction. So pleasant? No, it's not pleasant. Interesting? Yes, it is. Why? Because it's real people and they deserve justice as everybody. And there is less and less justice in this world. You can see what happened in the world today. And oh, thank you. And when you see what happened in the world, yeah, it's sure that it's completely crazy. Okay, I'm going to share this video. This is from the Associated Press. Kela Brown Rescue. It's I think I heard about that. I don't remember really when. It was not. It was, I think, years ago, some years ago. But I think I heard about that because when I have see the container here, the guy who will open the container and find the girl. I think I remember something like this. So we're going to watch that.
Yes. Pull that one first. All right, let them get ready. Y'all ready? Come on, guys. Just jammed in here. Give me that crowbar back. Where's that? Get that big crowbar. Watch out. Y'all move. I got it. Watch out. Hey, Joey. Joey. Sheriff's officer. What? Back up there. Just one. Are you okay? Grab what? Go. Do you have any weapons? Coming through, okay? What's your name? What's your name, man? Lauren. Gotcha. All right. Just a girl. Just a girl. How are you, honey? This is bolt cutters. This is our best. He's a paramedic. Oh yeah. Okay, we're gonna get you out of there. Okay. Just hang loose for me. Anybody got? I need a handcuff key. Handcuff key. I got it right here. Hold up. Y'all slide back. Hold on. He's got a light. We got to get pictures. Randy, let me see your light, Randy. You can put your hands down. You're okay. We're here. Okay. Just sit back. Light on or off? You're fine. We'll get the rest of it here. Let's get her out of here. We're getting bolt cutters, honey. Don't. You got pictures of the cuffs? No, hold on. Bolt cutters. Is both feet?
Just one.
Let me
It's
see.
attached to a chain on the wall, and my neck's attached to the wall up here.
Okay. All right. We're gonna get you out here, okay? You got a handcuff here. I got one's in my car. One's under my car. Gloves on when I did that. Bolt cutter. Just hit the chain right there loose. Just right there at her hand, Brandon. We'll get it off. We'll get it off here. Cut it right here. Do you know where your buddy is?
Charlie,
Yes.
he shot him.
He shot him?
Who did?
Todd Colehep shot Charlie Carver 3 times in the chest, wrapped him in a blue tarp, put him in the bucket of the tractor, locked me down here, and I never seen him again.
Okay.
He says he's dead and buried. He says there's several bodies dead and buried out here, and he says that the dogs will be ruined if they go looking because there's red pepper.
We're gonna step you up, sweet. Because there's what?
Red pepper.
Okay. Tell the dog people that.
He says
No,
there's
just-
pepper everywhere around the car. The car's supposedly a ravine after the land.
Okay.
Supposedly covered and painted.
Don.
Wow. And I'm not really aware of this case, so I will not comment too much, but yeah, they find this girl in this container. It's She was still alive. It's the good news. It's the really good news. She was still alive, but what she has lived, I think, must be terrible. Todd, call help, call help, call help, Todd, call help. This is the name of the guy who kept this girl in this container. He had her about 2 months. Oh my God. Crazy. Again, a crazy man. Where it was? In which state it was? Yes, he killed a few others. This guy, this, excuse me of my term, I try to stay polite, but this shit had kept a girl's 2 months in a container in South Carolina. And when it was, in which year it was? No, this is not the same case. And when did it happen? It's crazy. When you see stuff like this, you understand that you live in a world where you can meet crazy people. Maybe 7 or 8 years ago, could be longer. Okay, but I'm going to take my information about this guy and this case, if you want, because I can talk about everything I want. It's my channel. I do what I want. So if you're interested to talking about this case, I can take information and try to find the more information I can to talk to you about this case and this hassle. And I hope he's in jail now. And I hope he's not well. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. But you see, Fire Pixie and everybody, like I said, there is stuff I can do here on YouTube. There is no problem. But there is stuff that I cannot show you because it's too hard, or stuff I cannot telling you because it's also too hard. It's too explicit. So no, we have how many people? How many members? 6, I think. Wait a second. Let me just a second to see if I can see the number of. Hey, I don't want to go there. Want to go there? Yeah. Oh my God! Oh, thank you very much. There is a lot of new people. I will start from the beginning. There is Sov to Weth. Thank you very much. Rock and roll. Meg. Thank you very much, Meg. Yeah, Meg. Thank you. And you are welcome when you want. You know that. Roman citizen of the Empire. Thank you very much. Terry Sizemore. Thank you very much, Terry. Under Your Scare. Thank you very much. Fire Pixie. Thank you very much. Katie H. Thank you very much. Diane Walker. I don't recall. Josh the Posh. And Quentin Brown. Thank you very much. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 10, 11, 11. 11 people. We've got 11 members. Again, 9 people as membership. We take a membership, and I do more explicit video for you guys, because there is stuff I cannot say here. I'm not allowed to do it. YouTube will send me a strike. So thank you very, very much for your subscription. Subscription. It's wow. 11 people. Wow. Thank you. That's more than great. When we arrive at 20, I start to doing video just for you. I mean, just for you, because I'm not allowed to do it here on YouTube, because, like I said, it's too graphic or it's too art. There is picture too art to show, video too art to show. Stuff I cannot talk about here because I will receive a strike from YouTube. But this is something which I will be allowed to doing video only for the members. So that's really great. And like I was saying, 20 people, but we are 11, so I can already made a video for you guys for thank you first, because it's really great from you to doing that. I really appreciate that. It's a lot. So I'm going to do a video for you all, my 11 subscriber. Thank you very much. And I'm going to do a video about the case you want to. So it could be anything, and I will be allowed to talk like I want, and don't try to always stay on the rails, if you see what I mean. And because, for example, in Making a Murderer, we are talking about the Daci computer with the picture of on the computer of Bobby Daci of that girl and a lot of creepy stuff, which I'm not allowed to show you here, but I will be allowed to show you in private video, and not just to watch those horrible pictures. No, to show you and to prove to you that somebody in this family was using this computer to watch those kind of stuff, which doesn't mean that's the guy who were watching this kind of stuff is the killer of Teresa Halbach. Doesn't mean that. But if the computer come from, let's say, Bobby, and if we are sure that it come from Bobby, and the only people allowed and making research are who can be only Bobby, we will know what Bobby, when he was 18, was watching on internet. So it will be really relevant about his psychology in 2005, which could be a game changer. And this is something we have never seen nowhere. Even in Convicting a Murderer, I don't think they've shown any explicit content. And it was not the case in Making a Murderer, so I don't think it's the case in Convicting a Murderer. And Fire Pixie, absolutely, you can send me everything you want, but really, everything you want. I'm going to do my structure about the link you sent to me. But yeah, it's a good idea talking about this case. It must be known. It must be known that horrible stuff happen all the time, everywhere in the world, and it must stop. It must stop. I know we will not change the world, but we can try to do something together. To try, just to try. If for example we save one life because these people, this guy or this woman had seen one of this video and she or he is more aware of the situation and is less let's say mature in the true crime world, we can maybe save life because people could take precaution. So it's important. I think it's important to talking about this case and all those cases, all the cases we are talking about, to inform people that we don't live in a beautiful world with beautiful stuff and nice people all the time. We want always the peace, and no. We live in a world who is completely disconnected from the reality. When I was young, there was no such things like internet or the mobile phone. When I was 15, I'm 46 years old now. So when I was 15, there was no such thing as internet or mobile phone. So there was no this all this crazy stuff you can find on internet, but there was also not all those good information you can find on internet. So when I was 15, I was not allowed, let's say, because we don't have the technology at the time to communicate with people in the United States, in South Carolina, in the UK, in the Canada, in Wisconsin. It was impossible. Today it's possible. And if we can do our part, it will be something that I will be really proud of you, not of me. Because me, I just try to have your attention, to try to create, let's say, a kind of family who is there to talk about subject they are interested to talking about. So you are the star of the show. I'm not. I'm just the host. And like Lee Oswald was saying, I'm just the patsy. Me, I'm just the host. And yes, he was a patsy, for sure. 1000%. So yeah, no, but it's true, Fire Pixie. It's true, really. I really want a family of nice people like you, really polite, really intelligent, really passionate by what you do, all the energy you put in, and your time, the time you take to watch this stupid guy here in Belgium talking about cases, true crime cases. You take on your time to do that, and I really, really, really appreciate that. It means a lot because I understand that you, like me, are aware that we need to do something. In general, I mean, in general, we need to do something. We need to be the game changer of this world. Just a little bit, but I think we all have something to do here on Earth, and I think it will be great to do our part to the true crime world, to have less story to talking about. Yeah, it will be great to have less story to talking about, bad story, etc. I really prefer to come here on YouTube and say, hey guys, I have a lot of good news for you because you are interested in this case and this case and this case, and I have a lot of good news, but most of the time, you know how it works. It's not the case. It's often bad news or disappointment or sadness or injustice. It's often the case. And like I was saying, the last time I was talking with Steven, we were talking again about the RAV4, the Toyota RAV4 of Teresa. I asked him, I tell him, Steven, in the best of your memory, are you sure that the car was dark green? He told me yes, it was completely dark green. And the other stuff, it was the fact that Teresa was smaller than the Toyota RAV4. And it's easy to know. When you see the picture of Teresa just ahead of RAV4, she's more bigger than the RAV itself. So you are going to tell me, yes, but it's the perspective. No. It's a video, it's a picture that was completely created. And I'm sure of that at 100% because it's physics. It's only physics. And this picture was taken, I don't know when, but made, I think, and I'm sure, today before it happens. And to come back on what I was saying about the Teresa missing poster, it was made on the 2. Karen Albach report Teresa's missing on the 3rd. The missing poster was made on the 2nd. But something you don't know, or maybe you know, is the fact, and it's a fact. It's not a theory, or it's something I can prove before a court of law. Jay Breyer, who had made those posters, had gave this poster on the night during no, not during the night, in the beginning of the day, early in the day of the second day of November, on November the 2nd. So it means that he was asked to doing those posters on the 1st. And remember that Teresa is supposedly been missing since the 31, so one day before. So she's missing on the 30th, on November 31st. Okay? Jeb Wire is asking on the 1st to doing those posters for the Albach family, asking directly by Mike Albach. Mike Albach was the one who was in contact with Jay Breyer for those posters, for those missing posters for his sister. So he was aware that she was missing. But Karen Albach only report on the police the disappearance of Teresa on the 3rd of November. And remember that the first time it was on the 3rd, the first time the reporter asked how they leave the situation, Mike Albach responds, and I quote him, "The grieving process could last days, weeks, months. We don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I want find Teresa. I don't know if..." What? And even Anjanette Levy, in Convicting a Murderer, say the same thing that I say. I've seen her telling that in, I think, the 2nd episode, because I've seen only 2 episodes of that, of this documentary. Even if I'm going to tell you, even if they say that Stephen is guilty and Brandon is guilty and everything, they can say everything they want. They have the right to do that. They have the right. They have the right to thinking that Stephen and Brandon are guilty. I have no problem with that. But for me, I'm completely agree to debate with Sean Reck and stay polite and stay correct. There is no problem with that. Oh, it's my little cat. Moby. It's Moby. Moby, like the singer, Moby. Ooh, lordy, trouble so hard. Ooh, lordy, trouble so hard. Nobody knows now, trouble so hard. Moby. Where I was? Yeah, yeah. I send you a lot of love too. Thank you very much for everything you do. Go to bed. Yeah, I'm coming. We stay in touch. Take care of you. It's really important. And have a nice night. And I wish you to have a really nice week. Thank you very much, Fire Pixie. Having lunch at McDonald's, which I listen in. Is it good? Because McDonald's here in Belgium are really not good, but really not. I think in the US or in Canada, it's really better by what I've seen. Because here in Belgium, it's a joke. Excuse me, just 1 second. I'm going to open to my little cat because she's asking to get out. Yes, my little darling. Go ahead. Go. Hey, go. Go. This is the life. Yeah, I have a new mic, a new microphone when I sing. Yeah. You recognize him? Yeah. It's really beautiful. It's a really beautiful one. I'm so happy to be there with you guys. You was in Bobby's room. What do you mean? Because you tell me having lunch at McDonald's, which I listen in, was in Bobby's room. Bobby? Who's Bobby? Sometimes I doesn't understand what you mean. But just explain to me. Okay? Yeah, in this kind of case, it's really important to not especially because if you want, this is not a competition. This is not a lot, not at all, not at all. People think that YouTubers are sometimes fighting each other. Bullshit. I have a group on Messenger with Ross, Ned, Vincent, everybody. On Discord is the same. I have a group with all those beautiful people. Druser, Richard, Grinnell, ZodiacCypher.com, the best website you can find on internet about the Zodiac Killer. Druser, who is always impartial. That's why I love him, because he stays impartial all the time. He's really, really clever. Like Richard is. And Richard is really a good friend. I really want to say to him that he was a great support for me when my dad had some issue with his health, with his health some times ago. I was really worried, and Richard was there, and it was really important for me, really, and he was there. So for that, I'm going to all the rest of my life respect Mr. Richard Grinnell. And also because he had created the best website about the Zodiac Killer that I have never seen, and writes so much about the case. So much. It's really... There are really professional people like them, like Richard, Ross, Druser, Ned, even Vincent. They are really professional. I'm not professional. I don't prepare my show. I don't have notes. Last time I had, for the first time, I have notes because it was more easy to talking about that because there was a lot of information. But I want to stay true. And you see, it's on me. Stay true. Yeah. It's really important for me to stay true with you because I've never lied to you and I will never lie to you. I want to have a really good connection with my people, and you are my people. And like I said, you are the star of the show. Yeah, because without you, I'm a nobody. I'm no one. That's why you are the best of the best. And yes, people like Ned, all people on Discord, Jerry, Gorilla Train, Altug, Shake Dog Shake, Andrew. I forget a lot of people. Meg, Mike Morford, Michael Cole. He don't have a YouTube channel or anything, but he had write 3 books about the Zodiac that I don't have read yet because, like I was saying last week, the book here, to have this book here in Belgium, the trilogy, it's really expensive, and I don't have the total of the price. For me, it will be 68 euro for everything without the taxes and the price for sending me the book only by Amazon. It's the less expensive that I can find, and in total, with the taxes from America, thank you Donald Trump, from everything, I will have to pay at least $100 to have the trilogy of Michael Cole's book. That's why I have sent a message to him last week on video that I'm going to do again once. Mr. Cole, I don't have the money to buy your book, so if you are nice enough to send me your book here in Belgium, I'm going to consider that you sponsorize this show for 3 months. And each time I'm going to say that this show is sponsored by Mr. Michael Cole. I understand. You know, about the American politics, I have like everybody, I have my opinion, but I think there is no good camp. The left or the right, on the left as on the right, there is a lot of corruption, a lot of money going on about a lot of stuff. The big pharma, yeah, the guns, the military complex industrial, all those stuff from left to right, they are all in the same. They are all in the same stuff. This is because this is money. Yes, I agree. They are full of shit. Yeah, and it's sad, and it's really sad because in the United States, it's the first country in the world to sell and construct so much guns and sell it to everybody. So not in Canada, I know. Same, yeah, but you have more violence now, which is a sad thing, and which could be also a topic. We can talk about that, the violence who grow up in Canada or in the states you are living in, or some issue you encounter every day about something, about the healthcare, or because, like I say, if I'm here today to talking to you about all of that, it's because of Eric Cozy. Richard McAdam, Eric Cozy, it was his name on YouTube, is the one who told me, Jerome, do your show. Me? Hey, first, I don't speak English. I'm no one. Nobody will be interested here to hear about true crime story coming from the United States. Oh, yeah, but you do that one time in a video of 20 minutes, and it's enough for them. Yeah, it's enough. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And so I start, because under the stand, say, you do well. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And yes, it's true. I was not speaking English, very little bit. And so Sharon Young had helped me a lot to learn, not to learn English, but to give me the context of the phrase and the phrasing and the grammar and all the context to using a word or not. And so for that, she had helped me so much that I'm ready, but ready. I don't remember. Let me just 1 second. I'm really recognizing about what she has done for me. Thank you very much, Sharon. You know that I love you. You are my little me, my little sister. And I miss you a lot because you are doing an amazing job when you were here on YouTube. I understand that you had to stop for personal reason. So I completely understand and I respect that so much. But you miss me and you miss to the community, to the true crime community you miss. Yeah, because you are so clever and so good about what you do. Because you do it with your heart, like me. So it cannot be wrong. You cannot be wrong, and it cannot be bad when you do stuff with your heart. It's nice. It's, I think, the way to do it. And there is people who don't like it. It's not a problem. Don't watch it. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. In replay, you can speed it up or lower it down. So you can, even if I speak slowly because it's my style, you can speed it up and rewatch the video to be more, to see Jerome more speed. Okay. Yeah, I think what we do, it's really important. And I think what you do, it's really important, taking on your time for talking about all those cases. It's really important. But I would like to come back just a little bit because it's 3 hour now, 3 hour, 8 minutes and 50 seconds that we are live. And for me, I have the impression that I have started one hour ago. So, and it's already 3 hours. It's crazy. The time flies. And time flies a lot when you are live, on live. One thing about Mr. Ross Gerasi, Planet Extreme Works. I'm really waiting to be part of one of his movie video about Hellraiser, because I'm a big fan of horror movie, and Hellraiser came in my top 10 list of horror movie. And yeah, I really would like he promised me to be part of the show with Mosh and him, and I'm really waiting for that, because I really would like to talk about Clive Barker, the book, the movie, the actor, the Ashley Lawrence, Doug Bradley, Clive Barker itself, the man, who was the man, his story, what he has done, and the same for the actor. And yeah, I'm really waiting for that, to doing this show on Planet X Films with Ross about Hellraiser. But Ross had already invited me on his channel to talking about my theory on the Zodiac Killer. So you can find it really easily on his channel if you want to watch this video where I'm in and explaining my theory about the Zodiac. I think it's interesting. It's a theory, but I think it's interesting. It fits. And it make a lot of sense. But oh, thank you for that. Yeah, it's a nice mic. Yeah, I know. I don't make publicity, but it's a Shure S2 55. It's a really nice one. It's a little bit expensive, but you know what it is. When you need to have good material, you need to pay the price. That's why all my money goes in guitar, in microphone, and amplificator. Oh yeah, it makes a difference. Yeah, and even this microphone is a Rode. You see, Rode. It's a Rode, and it was really expensive when I buy it. It was complete with all the structure, so it was nice. But I think it was 200 for all the packages. 200. So yeah, it's expensive, but I'm going to use it for years and years and years. So it's nice. I mean, you don't need to change your microphone every year because your microphone died. It's a good one. It will take years before dying, and for this one is the same, because it's good stuff, and I need good stuff to doing what I do and playing my music. For now it's for me, because I don't find people who want doing what I have in my mind, which is crazy, like you have already heard with the music I've made with Mudguts. Because I write everything, uh, every song, but not just the lyrics, the riff, the rhythm, the construction of the song. I have made everything by myself with the help of really good musician, but I have made everything by myself, and there is 12 songs 12 songs that I'm going to release really soon. I promise, uh, for free here on this channel on YouTube. You will have soon 12 new video with each time the song and the name of the song for free, because for me, the music, you don't have to pay for music. It's my philosophy. For me, I make music, but it's for free because everybody deserves to listen music for free. It's my opinion. It's only my opinion. And maybe I'm wrong, but for me, it's my philosophy and my opinion, because for me, music is for everybody. And music could be also a game changer. It could save life. It could do all of good stuff. Music is very. My friend just died. He built guitar for famous people. Frankenstein guitar, Seppo. Live in the Dominican Republic. Oh, rest in peace. What was his name? Frankenstein guitars. So I'm going to see on internet what kind of guitar it was, but I'm really sorry for your friend. Seppo. I'm really sorry. All my condolences. I'm really sorry. Like I said, it's not always pleasant. Sometimes we have the smiles and we joke, and sometimes it's, oh, Becca, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Just pop in to say hi. It's great. How are you doing? Just that. How are you doing? Are you fine? Are you doing well? Is Brandon's fine? Because I have no news from Brandon. I have news from Steven, but I have no news from Brandon. So tell me, how are you doing? How Brandon is doing, if you have any news from him. And if you can told us if Narrider and Drizin. Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm sorry. I understand. You must be tired. Ah, a good news. Brendan is good. Hanging in there, yeah. Drizin retired. Ah, so he's not anymore his lawyer, but is Lorena Ryder still his lawyer? Yeah, I see that on Facebook. And Pete Dassey is my brother. He's really a good friend of mine. And when he want to pop in to come in to talking about what you want to talk about his birth, because he liked bird. So if we want to come to talking about bird and talking about Brendan, Pete will be always welcome here on this channel because he's so yeah, it's the question. Is Narrider still on Brendan's case? Because it's really important to know. I'm not sure who is. So yes, Narrider is still on, but I don't know who else. Brendan can tell me. If even Brendan can tell you, I'm waiting to see if they announce anything. Yeah, because it will be great to know if there is any new for Brendan. Anything will be great to know if they have a plan to. Brendan can say anything illegal over the phone. Yes, I know. It's the same with Steven. I know, but I don't want to talk about legal stuff or not. Just knowing if good stuff will come for Brendan or if there is nothing to waiting for now, because I think people are really interested to know it. Because I've tried to contact Laura Ryder a lot of time to just ask him what was the next step for Brendan, but she never answered me back. So I don't understand, because it's so easy to talking, for example, with Jerry Buting. It's because it's really a really nice guys, and Miss Night Rider, and never response me, or never give me a response, or never tell me anything. Yeah, Jerry. But first, Jerry, it's a nickname. His first name is Jerome. Jerome. What a beautiful name. Yeah, my name is Jerome. Yeah, that's true. Is awesome, awesome. Not just like a lawyer. The guy itself is lovely. It's really lovely. He's so nice, and I hope to have him again here. But I know he told me less than 3 weeks ago that for now he will take a break from the social media because he need a break for all of that. This one, you mean? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and Dean Dean Strang is also a really nice guy. For just an anecdote, but he loves hot chocolate, drinking hot chocolate. It's his favorite drink. So I remember telling him that here in Belgium we have the best chocolate in the world. So I hope one day he will contact me if he came in Belgium, and I will be really glad to meet him or meet Jerry in real life, because I know that Jerry Buting is traveling a lot, and he had already came here in Belgium, but it was for a really short period of time, so it was not possible to see him because he was at Brussels, and me, I live in Feschow, which is approximately 2 hours of cars. So, like he had a straight schedule to follow. It was not possible. But I hope next time, Jerry, you came in Belgium. The next time you came in Belgium, you tell me before, and we are going to go with you, your wife, me, my wife, in a really, really good restaurant. Not really expensive. No, not at all. This is not the more expensive restaurant who are the best. But it's a really good restaurant here in Belgium that some some people know that it's a really, really good restaurant, but not all people know where it is and what it is like restaurant. But it's really good food and good beer, and you know, Belgium is good for when you like to eat and drink good stuff and eating good stuff. Belgium is the place to be. Watch me. I'm not thin because I like a lot of good stuff that we have here in Belgium. I don't have essence anymore in my lighter, but I have a safe one. Yeah, I really hope, Jerry, I'm sure you will not see this part of the show, but next time you came in Belgium, you tell me, and we go with your wife and my wife eat in a restaurant like this. We will be able to talk together, and it will be really interesting because I have I have 20 lighter or none. Like me, I have a lot of lighter. You see this one? It's a nice one because I don't know if you have already seen the movie Constantine. There is this light. Constantine, the Exorcist, with Keanu Reeves. There is a phrase here in Latin, and there is here the stamp of the Vatican, and is using this beautiful lighter. And I think it's a really beautiful lighter, even if I don't care about the Vatican, because I'm not a religious guy at all. But no offense to anyone. Everybody has the right to believe in everything they want. If you believe in God, you have the right to do it. If you are Catholic, Muslim, Jew, Buddhist, atheist, Satanist, you have the right. I don't judge. I never judge anyone by what he believes or what he thinks. I'm not in the judgment. No. People have the right to believe in what they want. I'm who I am to tell them what to believe or not. No. But me, it's just me. Like, I made science, a lot of science, and I continue because if you know me, you know that I'm passionate for all of stuff. Even it goes from old Greek language to science, but I'm talking about the theory of the multiverse and the quantum physics, and something that I don't have learned at the school, because you don't learn that at the school, but you learn that in a book. And I love books. In my life, I've read, I don't know, maybe 2,000 books at least. And I love that. Because I love to learn. Because learning, it's a plus. it's not always accurate. Sometimes you learn some information we are not accurate, but that's why it's nice to check everything you read, you watch, and like this, you are not in a bad not judgment, but in a bad. You don't have bad information or not good information. I mean, you have the right information because you have read it, but you need to check it, and that's why I love to read, and that's why I ask Mr. Michael Cole if you can send me your Zodiac Trilogy book. It would be really great, Mr. Cole. And for what? I read your book, and after I receive you at least 3 times to talk about your book, at least, because I know there is a lot to say. I have heard your interview and heard a lot about you on Black Box Online Radio, the channel of Mr. Ned Hahn, and a big shout out to Black Box Battalion. This is the member of Black Box Online Radio, Black Box Battalion, which is a really nice name for the team. I don't know. I think we need to find a name for you, for the team. If you have some idea, put them in the description below after the video, and we will do that democratically. Oh my God. It will be, yeah. So we will choose all together the name of the team. I don't choose by myself. I don't do that. So yeah, to coming back to Making a Murderer and all this journey with all the people we have lost, and to be more positive, all the good work we have done. Today, we don't. Yep. We don't have no news for Steven or for Brandon, but like I told you, for Steven, I had this idea to have a PI, a personal investigator, working since the beginning. Yeah, taking everything from the beginning and restart everything, and it will have help if we have a private investigator. I'm sure that people on Full Play and people who are working all those years on the case will give every information that the investigator will ask. Even me, he can ask me everything he wants. I think I have a lot of knowledge in this case to give him. So it will be great, in my opinion. And Stephen Avery is agree with me, and Sandra Greenman too, to have a private investigator working for Stephen, because where we are, having good news for Stephen with Kathleen Zellner way to do it, it will not be tomorrow. No. I think sadly, it's sad. It's really sad, but I think that Kathleen Zellner she had do her best and she had spent a lot of money and and I mean, she's great, but like it's more political that you can think. We need to go to another approach, and I think it's not. I think I know that there is things she's not allowed to do, because first she is a lawyer from the Michigan, not from the Wisconsin. Remember that. Remember, it's important to know. And I think that a PI, a private investigator for Steven, will be really great, because him or her, doesn't matter, will be able to do things that Kathleen Zellner had not the right to do, like goes to interrogate it, or not tracking, but following people and taking pictures, to doing the stuff what private investigator do, and this time not from zero. He will came with all the information we already have, and we already have digest for him or for her. But for that, we need to have a kind of funding stuff where I don't manage anything, and when we'll be sure that the money will be spent for the private investigator for Steven. And I think if we do that, we can have good result, and it could be a game changer for Steven, and by those facts, for Brendan too. Because if we can prove that Steven is innocent, Brendan is not guilty anymore. So I think and like I told you, Steven is agree with me that the best way and the best thing to do now is to have a private investigator working for him. So, but yeah, it costs money. So I think we need to all together, all the people involved in this case, all together, creating a fundraising. I don't know how. I don't know. I know that the one we will manage that it will be Sandy Greenman, because this is our best friend, and I know she will give the money to the private investigator. There is no way that she don't do that. Excuse me, sometimes I'm Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your subscriptions to the channel. It helps really a lot. Thank you very much. Take care of you. I hope to see you soon for the next show. Take care and have a good night. And I hope you will spend a nice week. See you soon, my friend. And yes, I think it's the best way to. Thank you. I think it's the best way to help Steven today. It's not to waiting for a new. Merci, which means thank you in French, and thank you to do it because you make an effort to write in French, and I really appreciate that. Yeah, I think the best thing to do is not to waiting for the next step of Kathleen Zellner, because we will be again disappointed by the decision of the court, because in my opinion, a court will never reverse the conviction of Stephen, because if one court of law do that, it means that all the court of law before was wrong. They will not do that. It will be too great and too bad for them, and so bad for them. And imagine Stephen, we can have Stephen out of jail tomorrow. Imagine what he can ask for all those years, for the first case, 18 years, for this case, 20 years. This is 38 years of prison. Imagine what he can ask, and what the bombshell it will be in the press to say, well, Stephen Avery was innocent, in fact, and he was wrongfully convicted twice by the same people. Imagine the bombshell. Imagine. So I will not see that happen. No, I don't see if you see that happen a day. Me, no, I don't see that. So I think there is different approach in everything in a way. But here, for this case, there is a different approach we can take to help, and not waiting, because the only thing we can do for now is waiting to have a new tweet from Kathleen Zellner, or I can have Stephen on phone and ask him to tell something for his supporter. Yes, I can do that. I can ask him, and he will be agree, I'm sure, because he's a nice guy. But it will not help the case, you see. So I'm not here for the entertainment. I'm here to try to be and I don't know, I check the word. No, I don't find the word even with Google Translation. It's crazy. Wow. Yeah, to be the to doing our best in a way, to doing our best. So yeah, I think it's the solution right now to help Stephen and Brendan, because if you help Stephen to get out of jail and being proving innocent before a court of law and finding the real killer, because it's important to have Stephen out of jail and Brandon out of jail, for sure. But my first goal is to know who is the real killer. I don't care about who it is. I don't care about who the guy is. But I want the real perpetrator behind bars. For Teresa, for all the people who their life has been destroyed by this case, for every family, for the Dassey family, for the Halbach family, for all the people involved in this case who had lived really bad things. I want the guy who had killed Teresa and framed Stephen behind bars. This is certainly different people. I don't think the police or people in this kind of job was involved in the murder of Teresa Halbach. I think it was somebody more closer, like his boyfriend. And he received the help of, in my opinion, he received the help of Scott Blodorm and Mike Halbach, his own brother. That's why he betrayed him just before the camera when he's asked how he's doing, and he's talking about the grieving process, and his sister is just missing, and not for 1 month. She's just missing for days, for 3 days, for the official narrative, because we know with Jay Breyer that Mike Halbach was already aware of the disappearance of Teresa on the 1st of November, because he asked Jay Breyer for doing the missing poster for Teresa, and like in this enterprise of Jay Breyer, they were doing that during the night. Jay Breyer stated that Mike Halbach had taken the missing poster for his sister on Tuesday, and she's reported missing by her mother on Wednesday. No, because Monday was the 31, the first was a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, sorry for my... But yeah, there is something there, and the police had never investigated seriously the Halbach or the friend of Teresa or the relative of Teresa. They have never do the job because they were looking only for one thing: to have Stephen back in jail as soon as possible, and if possible before Thomas Kitzurek and Dennis Vogel told for the lawsuit on the 10th of November and on the 15th of November. So Stephen has been arrested on the 9th of November, and at this point they were safe. And now they need to have an horrible story to convict him, because they don't have anything against him, because nobody makes sense. Nothing makes sense. Excuse me, nobody makes sense. Nothing makes sense. So they need an horrible story. So they try with all the family. Nobody cooperate. So they go to the weaker one, Brandon. This poor Brandon. And they do what they want with his mind, because they are police experts. they know what to do, and they're using the read technique. If you want to know more about the read technique, I recommend you to listen Dr. Silkman, Tony, Dr. Silkman on Full Play, talking about the read technique. He talks often about the read technique, so it will not be difficult for you to find it. Yeah, and you can see the same pattern in the Richard Allen case. I have made the first video here for analyzing this first interrogation. I was thinking to do the second one very soon after, but you know what it is. Stuff in life happens and you don't do what you are supposed to do. And so I've made this first looking of the interrogation to see if I was saying, if I can say something will make nonsense in this interrogation. And when I see the first interrogation, I see Stephen. For me, it was like the interrogation of Stephen Avery, really. And the second one is really worst. So I was reliving the same thing again. And after I was really interested to go in this case to see what the law enforcement has done, what is the story since the murder who happened in 2017, because it was a long time ago. It's not a new case. It was those two girls, Abigail Williams and Liberty German, rest in peace, was killed in 2017, but not by Rick Allen. No way. Where I am now in the case, I have more proof that I had before to prove that Rick Allen is really innocent, really. And you are going to tell me, yeah, but he admit. Thank you, Google Translation. He admit that he killed those two girls. Yeah? Yeah. But remember that he was put in an high security prison, which is completely illegal, cutting from everyone, could not have any communication with anyone during a complete period of time of 14 months. So there is this story with the Odinist, which is credible for me. More I learn, more it's credible. I don't say that this is the same person who had killed those two little girls. No, but those people at the jail, at the prison, at the maximum security prison where Richard Allen was, those Odinists had made something to him, had messed with his medicine, had messed with his mind, had made to him a lot of stuff that I can't talk here because, you know, YouTube. For a reason. maybe not related to the crime, but there were a reason. The error of the defense, in my opinion, was to pointing the relation between the Houdinist, the admits of the killing of the girls by Richard Allen, and the crime itself. For them, it was all the same thing. I don't think so. I think people who have messed with Richard Allen in prison, those Houdinists who make him admit that he killed those two girls, but also that he killed his grandchildren that he don't has, and kill his mother. So it doesn't make any sense, but he admits 60 times. Yeah, more than 60 times. If you admit once or two, yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay because you know that you are recording on phone. But when you admit that you have killed two little girls 60 times, when I say when it's too much, there is something who doesn't work there. When there is too much confession, I don't think it's a real confession. Because it's too much. It's really too much. So it's not only that, but I think the girl was killed by somebody who was not related by the Houdinist, and the Houdinist was messing with Richard Allen, maybe for pleasure. Yeah. You don't know what could happen in the mind of somebody. Sometimes they are really hard. Watch the Ku Klux Klan, for example, or the Nazi Party in the US, which is allowed. It's crazy. Yes, in the US, you can have a Nazi costume and a swastika, all of that shit, and go on the street. You have the right to do that. Yeah. So there is people who believe in crazy shit. Really. I don't blame them. It's not her fault. But it exists. And it's a mistake to believe in all conspiracy, but it's also a mistake to believe there is never a conspiracy or a plot, or because there are plot, there are conspiracy. Yeah, there are credible one, not credible, the moon landing, the UFOs, Bigfoot, Nessie, the Loch Ness Monster. I mean, there is funny stuff because Bigfoot is funny to talk about that. The UFO, it's funny, and in the same time, it's interesting to try to learn about how they do to coming from where they came from, and how they do to do that, because it's in physics it's approximately impossible to travel so fast because everything is too far away. Everything in the universe is too far. So if there is UFO, I bet on a life or a kind of life who is living with us, but we don't know it. But they don't came from another galaxy or another. No, they come from here, from Earth, and they are here for millions of years, maybe. I think it's more logical that somebody who will travel billion and billion of light years in a ship to crash in a desert nearby a military station. For me, it doesn't make sense, but people believe it. Yeah. But the thing is that I will never mock those people, but in this kind of case, the UFO case, more you learn and more you know in physics, more you understand that this kind of technology, even if this kind of technology exists, everything in the universe is too fast. It's too far. It's too far away. Everything. And it continues to expand all the time. So for me, it's more likely a life form from another dimension, maybe, or a life form of beings living here, or maybe coming from Mars. It's possible because it's not so far away, Mars, and living in the sea. For me, it's more credible that those creatures, those beings live in the sea, because we only have study 5%, only 5% of the sea, of all the sea on Earth. We only know 5%, which is nothing. So you have Elon Musk who want to go on Mars. Me, I'm more interested in the life in the sea. And when you see, sometimes when you find, that's completely crazy. I think we can do a video about that and going to show you all kind of life we can find here in the ocean, which looks like UFOs and looks like ETs. Yeah, and you will be astonished because when you see some kind of life living in really deep and rude condition and deep in the water, and you see that they live in where nothing is supposed to be lived and exist, you understand there is more thing there than anywhere else around us, let's say. And don't forget that we are just one species, us, the human. We are only one of species. Don't forget the 99 other person that we know, and those of some of them then we don't know, because there is a lot. So yeah, this is something we can do, doing a show about the UFOs, and for me, in my part, showing you beings living in really rough condition, really deep in the sea, and showing you that it looks like really what people sometimes describe. Sometimes, I don't say all the time, but sometimes they describe this kind of forms, kinds of lights. And this is something you can find in some place on Earth, deep in the ocean, in really rude condition to live. So yeah, why not? Why not to doing that one day? Tell me in the description below if you're interested to do a show about the UFOs, because I'm not against the idea. I know there is life everywhere on the universe. I'm sure there is even more life than we think. Yeah, but I have no problem with that. I don't think we are the only one. No, we are not the only one. It's completely, excuse me, but it's completely stupid to thinking that we are the only one on Earth on this so huge, but even huge, it's not enough. Huge universe it's not nonsense, but nonsense. There is, when you know just a little bit in physics, just enough to understand the situation, you understand that it's not possible. There is life in the universe, and not like we think. No. So I have no problem with that. But beings who look like us, strangely, they come from really, really far away, but they look like us. Yeah. Visiting us for what motivation we don't know, and for what reason we don't know. No. The physics I know say no. But beings living here on Earth or in one other planet of existence, I believe it. It's possible. Yeah. Because, like I told you, when you learn physics and quantum physics, you approach the world on the infinite small. And in this infinite smallest things, there is universe. Yeah. That's crazy, but we can talk about that. Yeah, for sure. If you are interested by UFOs, and that I can have somebody who is knowledgeable in this kind of stories, I'm be really happy to receive him to debate and talking about that, but not going in all sand and starting with strange stories. And no, try to stay logical and try to debate, to try to go forward, and not just to talk, because just talking about it, it's nothing. You learn anything about that. So, but a good debate, it's welcome. It's very welcome about any subject. I told you about any subject. So, yeah, it's 4 hours that I'm live. I'm going to end the show with I'm going to put you again one song for the end of the show, and I'll see you soon. I'll see you really soon next week to talking about my theory about the Z13 solution, because I have a solution to propose for the Z13 Zodiac code in the Zodiac case files, in the Zodiac case mystery, Zodiac killer mystery. And if you want to join me to talking about my solution when I'm going to present it, and if you want to challenge me, there is no problem. You're welcome. If you want to join me to this special emission, special show, you are welcome to join me. You will be always welcome to join me. I'm only asked to stay polite and stay respectful with each other. It's the only thing I'm asking. So thank you again very much to everyone. And it's important that I'm going to say all the name of the people who have contributed tonight, because I find that amazing. Thank you. I'm speechless about that. Thank you to South to West. Thank you to Meg. Thank you to Roman citizen of the Empire. Thank you to Terry Sizemore. Thank you to Under Your Scars. Thank you to Fire Pixie. Thank you to Katie H. Thank you to Diane Walker. Thank you to I Don't Recall. Thank you to Josh the Push 63. Thank you to Quentin Brown. Thank you all who have subscribed to the channel. It's 99 cents for a month. And now, because I have at least 10, 11 now people in the membership, I'm going to do video more explicit that I'm not allowed to do here on YouTube. And it will be more educative sometimes, because I would like to talk to you, for example, about the Black Dahlia. I know a lot about the Black Dahlia. And I would like to show you the picture of the body of Elizabeth Short, to showing you some stuff that a butcher, for example, cannot do, that only somebody with knowledge who can do, in my opinion. Because I've also, you will laugh, but it's true, I've always studied medicines. So, not in a school, by myself. I have buy all the books, and I have studied that for the fun, to learn. So I know a lot in medicines. So I would like to talk to you about the Black Dahlia, but there is explicit content that will be just allowed to doing to you, the member of the channel. And for that, thank you very much, because it showed me your support, your love, the time you take to watch this little big guy here in Belgium. And it's really important for me. And I think we have here great people and a great community. And not only here, everywhere, the people I've talked today, Ned Dehaan, Ross Gerasi, Vincent McConnell, Mike Morford, Druser, Richard Grinnell, Cheryl, Maria Train, Shake Dog Shake, Andrew, Drew Bison, Michael Cole, I forget a lot of people. Cloyd, who was on the panel with Mike Morford. I don't remember the name of the woman who was on the show with Mike Morford and Cloyd, but she was really, really clever. I will really be happy to talk to her about forensics because she's really good. She's really good on that, and on everything she do. She's really, really fine, really nice person, really, and really intelligent. So yeah, I would like to do more video with more people talking about more subjects. And you showed me today that it was possible because you are with me. You are amazing. So I'm going to just let you heard one song, and after it will be the end of the show. So thank you very much for everything you have made and everything you do and everything you have done. Take care of yourself. Have a nice week. Take care, but really take care of yourself and your loved ones. It's really, really important. Really. Have good time with your family and your friends. Spend time with your family and your friends. It's really important too. Don't go too much on your phone. It's not good. Don't watch too much video on your phone. It's not good. But yeah, I wish you the best, and we see you next week to talking about the Zodiac and my theory about the Z13 solution. So I wish you a really nice week, and I hope to see you in a week. And if it's not already done, please subscribe, and I see you.
Well,